of the long-standing tradition in Umec, l'Union mondiale des enseignants catholiques, World Union of Catholic Teachers, to use both languages, French and English. And those we are supposed to speak and to understand both languages. Some of us do also understand and speak fluently Italian, of course, but that's not the general rule. So thank you so much, Monsieur. Welcome you all, Son Éminence, Mes Excellences, colleagues, friends, also those online, because there are several participants online, so you can follow. And I have the absolute annoying habitude to have myself here in front of me on the screen. That's just not a pleasure at all. And I prefer to look at the eyes of others. Anyway, well, we are Catholics, and that means that we have to be universal. It's a mission in life. It's one of our identities, and this very unique UMEC and booked conference tried to be extremely universal for the very first time. Normally, it is more Eurocentrist. Sometimes I say rather a white male meeting, but now we opted definitely for much color, and we invited so many friends and colleagues from Africa, from Latin America, from Asia, to be with us and to participate actively in the meeting. And we can rely on a wonderful cooperation with the African Institute for the Compact, African Compact for Education, with the International Foundation of Religion and Societies, and of course with the our Italian colleagues, Italian sisters, the Italian Association for Catholic Teachers in Italy. So it's national, it's international, it's regional, and definitely it's universal. And it's not by hazard that the Catholic Church launched the Compact for Education for Africa. A couple of years before the African Union did. It took decades before the African Union, Commission of the African Union, heads of state of Africa, decided to spend 2024 as the year of education. And a couple of weeks ago, the heads of state of Africa decided to dedicate the decade of 2026 and 2035 to the decade of education. But in advance, the church took the lead. We have to be realistic, and let me be a little bit rough. Armed conflicts within states and between states persist globally. Most recent international data demonstrated that 2024 was the most cruel year ever, touching education institutions on a very significant, very visible way. Just a few figures, just to realize what does that mean concretely. More kids, more adolescents, more children than ever were living in conflict zones, being deprived of human rights. 52 million children are out of school and without any accommodation of learning. 52 million. 47 million children are displaced without the facility of learning. More than, and of those 47, 80% is living in a poor, middle income or poor country. more than 6,000 direct attacks on schools and universities in 1 year. 10,000 teachers, students, and education staff members being killed or injured. So the armed conflicts in Ukraine, in Palestine, in DRC, and in Sudan, they are leading the statistics. If you want to be a little bit ironic, and those who like statistics, well, you have the top four. Such attacks on education institutions arise from a strategy, ideological and definitely discriminatory, with an aggressive agenda against ethnicities and against religions. So, when I was UNESCO chargé de mission, UNESCO with a mission for right to education, I gathered top Palestinians and top Jewish experts, academics, political leaders, 2014, a couple of years ago. And in preparation of that meeting in Jerusalem, there was no consensus between the Jews and between the Arabs on the location. Where should the conference take place, confidential conference. Finally, it was a Catholic monastery who were accepted by Jews and by Arabs to hold this conference. I started my lecture for this 40 people, would say, well, education can raise conflicts, can create conflicts, but education has to be the key for the solution, the transformative role and impact of education. No peace in society without peace in schools, of true education. So there are, as you know, specific education programs have been developed within the conflict-affected societies, including human rights education, peace education, education for democratic citizenship. It's not by hazard that in the Compact for Africa of the Church, educating Catholic schools should educate to critical citizenship. It's one of the main targets of Catholic schools, as mentioned in the Compact for Education. So, and if you do some research on it, there are 5 thick collections on text documents on civic education, peace education, human rights education, citizenship education. But that will not do. Education programs definitely can promote, but cannot change. However, schools are small places where universal human right begins. And there are best practices. And the teachers are the gatekeepers. The teachers are the gatekeepers of civic education by excellence. The research is mentioning the curricular instructional role of the teacher. And this morning, actually, the homily of the Pope was the best introduction for these 2 days conference. As you do remember, the Pope mentioned the teacher as a prophet. The teacher as the responsible person, the guide who is co-guiding kids, children on their way. Philosophers mean homo viator. Very rich idea. It was a wonderful homily, to be honest. Very emotional moment. So the culture, human rights culture, should be strengthened through normative enforcing capacity of law and of justice. Of course, besides the potentiality of education, but just first short thoughts. You know the 4 Geneva Conventions on armed on human rights in armed conflicts was signed and ratified by all UN member states, but is hardly sanctioned. Abundant research on that. Um, Although they apply universally. And UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and the African Convention of the Rights and the Welfare of the Child is applicable even in times of conflict, of armed conflict. But something more fundamental, well, the next step is more fundamental, namely, history learns that peace without justice will not stand. Peace process is not just a technical dossier about border lines and about some documents. Peace process has to be managed without touching on the very core of the conflict will not be successful. It is not credible. And the core of the problem is not located in documents, but in the denial of human dignity. Denial of human dignity. We should know better from religious perspective. In both the Torah, the Bible, and the Quran, peace is not seen as the absence of war, but is regarded or defined as the presence of law. A consensus among those religions, the religions. And the most prominent vehicle developing the culture of peace is education and culture. Von Jering is a quite well-known philosopher, German philosopher, who mentioned what are the two most valuable, the most important, prominent values and rights in a society: religion and education. As Pope Leo XIV remembered us at the occasion of 60 years of Gravissimum Educationis Momentum, told one week ago, education is one, and I quote, education is one of the highest expressions of Christian charity. The love for the other. And he remembered also that Augustine, like John Henry Newman, recognized that the authentic teacher awakens the desire for truth and justice. Wonderful texts and so inspirational. It's a huge honor to present you shortly. You have all bios in your files, both speakers. Monsieur Chikwe, Nigeria, is combining, having a very powerful CV, to be honest, combining academic leadership and ecclesiastical leadership, religious leadership. I had the privilege to read your paper before this meeting, and I was really impressed by the solidity, by the inspirational impact of your paper. You have the floor, monsieur.
Thank you so much. political legitimacy. Education, in short, was both a victim directly following such practices by emphasizing dialogue, cooperation, and compassion. The teacher, in this sense, becomes a moral architect, shaping the habits of empathy that undergird social reconstruction. So, from conflict to a sense of peace building. So, how can we now shift from the conflict situation that we find ourselves to a peace building place? Several major studies distinguish between conflict sensitive education and peace building education. Conflict sensitivity, as described by Smith and Ellison, aims to ensure that educational programs do no harm to the students. Peace building education, by contrast, actively transforms relationship, fosters inclusion, and addresses the root causes of violence. Smith and Ellison Youth Education and Peace Building Project emphasizes youth as agents of change rather than as rather than a risk to be managed. When you include the students, not just to building peace, but being actors of that peace, it becomes even more powerful and efficient to eradicate or to build a culture of love among the students and among the larger society. Their work encourages participatory pedagogy, civic engagement, and gender inclusion, all central to Catholic approaches that form both the intellect and the conscience. Similarly, UNICEF's evaluation of education as a mechanism for peace building highlights that education contributes to peace only when integrated with broader social processes, reconciliation, transitional justice, and institutional reform. These insights profoundly are compatible with Catholic social teaching, which understands peace as the fruit of justice and relationship rather than mere stability. So the Catholic teacher has a moral witness in the classroom. The literature converges on one key figure, the teacher as a moral agent. So when you are in the classroom, when you are giving instruction, you become a moral agent in that very space. In post-conflict context, the teacher is often the most visible representative of the state and of moral order. Sani notes in his research that when teachers returned to northern Cote d'Ivoire after years of civil war, their presence alone signaled hope and renewed trust. Davis conceptualizes this as the restoration of moral authority through everyday practice. For Catholic educators, this moral authority is vocational. It flows from participation in Christ's teaching ministry. The Catholic teacher does not only transmit knowledge, but models reconciliation through forgiveness, patience, and dialogue. The Global Compact on Education by Pope Francis echoes this calling, urging teachers to build a culture of encounter where differences are engaged with respect and love. In practical terms, this means integrating faith and reason within pedagogy, linking the theoretical virtues of faith, hope, and charity to social virtues such as empathy, responsibility, and solidarity. Catholic teachers thus mediate between the spiritual and the civic, helping young people to internalize values that bring and sustain peace. Transformative technologies in practice. Empirical examples of transformative education abound. Stephen Slade's research on peace education for children shows how theory and practice converge in classrooms that emphasize participation, cooperation, and reflection. He found that children exposed to these methods began to display higher levels of empathy and conflict resolution skills, particularly when programs include community engagement. Likewise, this describes the new peace building program, which links peace theory to youth-led action projects. Students learn not only about peace, but for peace. Turns reflection into community service. The behavioral practice of combining critical thought with social engagement mirrors Catholic pedagogical ideal. We demonstrate how education rooted in moral purpose fosters self-efficacy and civic responsibility, precisely the disposition needed to build fractured communities. Structural challenge and policy dilemmas. At the policy level, Brown and Sani emphasizes that designing conflict-sensitive education systems is inherently complex. Policies promoting equality, participation, and cultural recognition often pull in opposite directions. For instance, decentralizing education may empower marginalized groups, but risk deepening regional divisions. Here again, Catholic social teaching offers a valuable lens. The principle of solidarity calls for policies that affirm both the unity of the human family and the diversity of its members. There is always harmony in diversity. There is always unity. We are stronger when we are together in diverse groups. And so a Catholic informed approach to education policy would therefore seek to reconcile these tensions through dialogue, subsidiarity, and moral discernment. In contexts such as the study of Cote d'Ivoire's civil war, or indeed many post-regions or conflict regions, coordinated between government and faith-based institutions becomes essential. Catholic schools, long active in education delivery, can model inclusive governance and value-based leadership that the broader public system can emulate. Faith, education, and the pursuit of peace. A striking insight across the literature that I reviewed is that peace building through education is not simply about ending violence. It is about forming new moral imagination among the students. Forming new moral imagination among the students, thinking differently about their situation and about their circumstances. The Catholic Church's educational mission, rooted in the belief that every person is created in God's image, offers a framework for the formation. When Catholic teachers integrate religious and civic education, they help students see peace not as an abstract ideal, but as a lived vocation. In classrooms grounded in compassion and critical inquiry, students learn that reconciliation is both a personal and social process, requiring humility, truth-telling, and service. This vision transforms the school from a bureaucratic institution into a moral community. It aligns with what St. John Paul II called the civilization of love, where justice and mercy intertwine. The revealed scholarship, Brown, Davis, Smith, and Ellison, Sani, and Gintis, and Slade collectively demonstrate that such transformation is possible when educators embrace both structural reform and spiritual renewal. And so the teachers themselves, the educators, they face a lot of challenges. And even as they are going through, as they are known as peace agents, they face a lot of difficulties in their schools. Some of the challenges. In a war-torn societies, education easily becomes one of the casualties, compromising the unity of people and hindering social development. In the presence of violent conflicts, schools are shuttered or students don't go to school at all. If they do, if the parents, if they are able to afford it, they will just go to a different location where they will have more security and better life. These conflicts also negatively impact the enduring commitment of the church to be an educator, to be the mother raising her children, to educate the hearts of the youth. So it talks on the heart of the teachers when schools are destroyed because of the violence. The students are gone away and they don't have any place, and they don't have any place that they could have as a study place. Educators in conflict and post-conflict societies face real challenges emotional burnout, physical insecurity, and ethical dilemmas between forgiveness and punitive justice. Imagine a school that is scarred by war, bullets-riddled walls, broken desks, fragile children's voices, where every learning space is reborn from shared suffering and the courage to start again. The Catholic educator in such a situation often assumes a priestly role, mediating peace and dignity across generations. The Catholic educator in a conflict and post-conflict context is called to rebuild minds, heal memories, and rebuild social trust. They face both visible and invisible wounds, namely hunger, displacement, physical wounds, intergenerational trauma, and hatred. All of these take emotional toll on the Catholic as they work for reconciliation through their teaching and learning. Even with their peace building potential and their enduring commitment to nurture the minds and hearts of the young, Catholic and other faith-based schools face challenges, including unfriendly attitudes and discriminatory practices from governments, accusation of being sectarian or biased, lack of inclusivity, and political manipulation. As Novelli and Smith note, the intersection of education and religion must be managed very carefully to ensure inclusivity. Teachers must balance religious identity with a commitment to pluralism, engaging learners of diverse faiths in shared moral and civic values. Programs such as New Gen Peace Building exemplify how interfaith and civic education can operationalize peace building within a global citizenship framework. By navigating the challenges posed by conflict, insecurity, and changing dynamics of conflict-torn societies, the church can continue to shape the future by empowering its educated youth with knowledge, values, and a sense of purpose. Proactive measures, advocacy, and dialogue can pave the way for a more inclusive and harmonious educational landscape. Stakeholders contributing a role in shaping future generations. Peace grows where trust is cultivated and suffering is transformed. The Catholic teacher is a gardener of hope, but he or she needs a fertile soil, ongoing training, decent pay, psychological support, and collaboration with other key players. And this can help to realize the dream of a peaceful future. And I conclude, Catholic teachers in conflict and post-conflict contexts are tasked with both education to be both educational and moral witness. Their vocation demands both professional excellence and a deep spirituality of presence. You know, when there is war, everybody is on the run, but the teacher is there to teach, just like the priest. I know in my country, when there is attack by terrorists and all that, everybody runs away, but the priest is still there. Mm-hmm. And because you can't leave, there are some people who cannot run. The elderly, the children, and all those people. You must always be there to continue to do, carry out this vocation of teaching. Similarly to the teacher, everybody can run away, but the teacher is always there because your heart goes out for these children who are not able to have education as their peers all over the world. When you come to think about it, the other kids everywhere where there is peace are having education and growing in knowledge and in skills, but these children are left without all those. And they are going through crisis and through traumas that are unimaginable. So, at the very uh, the vocation of a teacher continues to be that of deep spirituality of presence, compassion, and justice, framed by the Dilexite and the church's broader peace building mission. An analysis of literature affirms that Catholic education is a ministry of reconciliation, a work of mercy, and a prophetic sign of hope in divided societies. This nexus of education and faith, Catholic teachers foster reconciliation, justice, and hope, and exemplify how moral and spiritual education can complement political and structural peace building. Ultimately, they demonstrate that education and religion are not at odds with each other. They encourage uh, they converge in the vocation of Catholic teaching. When integrated with commitment to human dignity and mutual respect, education and religion hold the potential to repair and transform the moral fabric of conflict-afflicted societies. In post-conflict societies, Catholic education stands at the crossroad of brokenness and renewal, ignorance and enlightenment, despair and hope. Their blackboard becomes an altar of transformation, their classroom a sanctuary of peace. They do not prepare students merely for exams, but for life itself. Not only to reveal their nation, but to rediscover their shared humanity in Christ. And for Benedict XVI, reminded educators to educate is an act of love. It is to give life. In the fragile landscape of conflict and post-conflict societies, the Catholic teacher's love is perhaps the most powerful reconstructive tool of all. May this world education jubilee renew our courage and commitment to teach with competence, listen with compassion, and weave a future where hatred, discrimination, injustice, and war will give way to love, equity, justice, inclusion, and sustainable peace in conflict and post-conflict societies.
Thank you. A very solid and operational contribution indeed. Thank you so much. Very relevant at the beginning of this conference. Let's move immediately, without waiting, to the next speaker. Prof. McGettrick is a well-known professor at a highly internationally appreciated university, Glasgow, but he's also involved in the Bethlehem University. Those who visited Bethlehem and the Catholic University of Bethlehem do know what the highest importance is playing that university in the region and internationally. I guess you should come here. Just come in the middle. That's much better than me. Yeah. Please.
Yes, thank you. Get the technology.
Yeah, I think my
My interest. It's fine. That's right. It's this one. This one. The middle one. Good. Thank you. Well, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman, Your Eminences, Your Excellencies, fathers, sisters, ladies and gentlemen, friends. I can see the technology is going to be a challenge.
Get some assistance if needed.
Yeah.
Can we have some assistance, please?
Here we are. Okay.
Is it okay?
Well,
But we put some little. Okay, whatever. Perfect.
That's fine. Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
Just to say, my role in the Bethlehem University is to be the chairman of the International Board of Regents, the governing body of the university, and it's a privilege to be able to talk to you about some of the issues related to education in that part of the world. And just to say what, yeah, no work, not shifting. Okay, so the nature of this talk will be that I'll say something about the nature of the conflict in the Holy Land, the impact on society there, and what the specific contribution of Catholic education is to that conflict. So the nature of the conflict. Be familiar with the area, of course, the Holy Land, and the areas that I'll be particularly referring to are the West Bank and Gaza. So these are the yellow parts of this map, and you'll be familiar with those, I'm sure, from television and so on. But it's important maybe that you recognize that the West Bank and Gaza are not adjacent to each other. They are separate. And so Palestine as an idea is not one single part of the land. So it's separated. And I'll be speaking mainly about Gaza and the West Bank and what's happening there and the impact on education. And just to give you some key dates, I don't want to go into the long history that could take hours, but you will know that in this part of the world on the 2nd of November 1917, there was a Balfour Declaration in the British Parliament, I'm ashamed to say, but it announced the national home for the Jewish people. That in itself a very honourable objective, I think, and that was going to be based in Palestine. And then on the 14th of May 1948, Israel was established. So Israel's a relatively new country. Of course, where we are now, 7th of October 2023, 2 years ago, the Palestinians entered Israel illegally, and there was a huge reaction. And that's what I'll be talking about in terms of conflict. On the 10th of October this year, the ceasefire brought some hope of a lasting peace with phased developments. Where we currently are is that people are returning to Gaza, where the buildings are destroyed and much of society in Gaza is destroyed. The rebuilding of that society will take generations. What took place on the 7th of October 2023 was wrong. There was no justification for people going into a country and killing others, taking hostages, and so on. The Palestinian people going into Israel to do that. It has created trauma, both with the Israelis and with the Palestinians. And because of lack of time, I'll just go through this very quickly indeed. But I just want to make it clear that my vision of this comes from my work in Bethlehem, and I try to see truth as best I can. As I see it, both sides are wrong. What has happened subsequently is wrong on both sides as well. The conflict goes well beyond Gaza. Sometimes I think that this conflict has intercontinental roots. It wouldn't be difficult to make a case that this is just an illustration of some of the conflict between Iran and other parts of the Western world. But what I see are the effects on a Palestinian university. Bethlehem University, a Catholic university, 3,200 students, 81% Muslim, 19% Christian. 81% Muslim, 19% Christian. Based in a society where now less than 1% of the population is Christian. In the Holy Land, less than 1% of the population is Christian. So the university tries to do what it can to be a Catholic university with the central principles of justice and hope and love. However, there have been provoked injustices among the Palestinians, and let me just quickly go through some of these. I won't dwell on them in great detail, but we'd be happy to talk about them later. The lack of freedom of Palestinians. They have had 77 years where settlements have been built on their land, that is taken over by Jewish groups, where there are roadblocks, where people have been imprisoned without cause, especially children, where there's no national identity, so a Palestinian doesn't have a passport. There are restrictions on travel. There are checkpoints, and interestingly, 190 new checkpoints were formed on the day of the ceasefire. 190 new checkpoints on the day of the ceasefire. No access to main highways, mobility hugely restricted, and personal surveillance all the time. Those are some of the lacks of freedom. Lack of hope. The greatest poverty we have is the poverty of hope, a sense of hopelessness. 77 years of restrictions on their homeland, no employment. Recently, cheap labor brought into Israel, imported from countries in South or Southeast Asia. Lack of inspiration, imprisoned people with imprisoned minds. The idea of planned chaos. Ethnic cleansing. Names of towns and villages eradicated and changed. Lack of basic resources. No water, no food, no electricity, no medical aid. The planned starvation that has taken place in the last 2 years. Planned starvation. So these are some of the issues that there are. And I just want to say that, my experience of this is kind of experiential learning. And I now look at sites like this, the walking books of our time. These are not the books that you can read and put on a dusty shelf somewhere. This is the reality of an occupied land. It's the deep feelings that don't change overnight. And to quote an Irish author, "Those I fight, I do not hate. Those that I guard, I do not love." Yes. In this part of the world, there is a separation wall. You see this wall going through communities. going right through the center of communities. One side is Palestine, the other side is Israel. We now look at areas. And you see sites like this on your television. You'll have seen these endlessly in the last years. When you go there, what is not just the impact is not this devastation, but the stench, the smell of raw sewage and rotting bodies in the rubble. It's a desperate state of affairs. This is what conflict brings you. There are now over 29,000, I think 29,700 at the last count, orphan children, vulnerable, open to be radicalized. You see in the main parts of Jerusalem, this is the main shopping center of Jerusalem, groups of people like this. These are not army, these are the settlers. And they are all given guns by the Israeli government. To me, one of the most interesting parts of that photograph is on the right-hand side, where in spite of the fact that these settlers are marauding through shopping centers, children play on the steps. There's a kind of acceptance of the normality that there is in children playing on steps. But these are the militia from the settlements, and of course it's not changed much since the days of Jesus, who witnessed the oppression by the Romans. Bethlehem, this is on the wall, the left side of this photograph is the wall, and you see the checkpoint there. This is an icon on it. This is Mary, her way to the birth of Jesus, now weeping over Bethlehem. Mary weeps over Bethlehem. So I asked myself the question, these questions. A significant purpose of education is to make us more fitted for life. Injustices occur when our humanity is oppressed and the conditions of growth are suppressed. When these are denied, there are serious injustices. Justice has to begin with human rights, but in the Christian tradition, human rights are not enough. Human rights have to be exercised with kindness. We are talking about our neighbors. I asked myself this question: where was I when I saw Gaza being demolished? Where was I when I knew that 250 deaths were taking place every day and the stench was suffocating? Where was I when I knew that 69 of these deaths were mothers? 12 children every day having limbs amputated without anesthetics. Pope Leo made the comment, no armed victory can compensate for the pain of mothers, the fear of children, or stolen futures. Children dying of starvation. And all this will be consigned to history. But history is the graveyard of the dreams of those who suffer injustice, and especially of the oppressed. Where was I? We were seeing this every day on our television screens. So what's the impact in a society? I won't go into this in a lot of detail, but just to mention very quickly, education includes, of course, schools, university, but goes well beyond schools and institutions. Education is a human right. Education for students in Bethlehem University is an expression of peaceful resistance. The purpose of education, one of the purposes, is peaceful resistance. I've heard students say to me, the house can be bulldozed. It can be bulldozed a second time. They can take away our olive trees. They can take away our land, but they will never take away our education. It's a form of peaceful resistance, and in a conflict society, that can be very powerful. Everyone has the rights, and these rights should be protected. But the Christian education, not just about human rights, but also about the kindness that goes with it. And education will continue to educate young leaders, because they will be the people who will have new leadership and new societies. That's where we can see a sense of hope in new people, new societies, young people. Education in a society of conflict has to address the issues of a society that is decimated socially, physically, politically, spiritually, and economically. But everyone there is traumatized, and that includes the teachers, the priests, the aid workers. Nobody is immune from trauma in Gaza at the present time. Children are orphaned and maimed. They are amputees, and they are alone. They are alone. Children are affected by starvation, and that's going to cause mental damage in the long run. We have people who need hope to live. We need hope to survive in spite of what I would think of as the divine injustices of our time. We need hope. I think that's what the church brings more than anything. Hope. In a conflict area, the church has a very important role to play. It's a necessary presence. It's a presence that makes us think about the conflict in certain kinds of ways. And one of the things about the conflict in the Middle East at the moment is that there indeed is a policy, as is excellently mentioned earlier, a policy of scholasticide. I don't know if this is a word with which you're familiar, but it brings together two words, scholarship and suicide. It's the planned eradication of education. I was in the Holy Land 2 weeks ago, and I was told that there were 2 lorries sitting in Egypt in the desert, filled with pens, pencils, papers, books, stationery, computers, not allowed anywhere near Gaza. Scholasticide. One of the other things about this Middle East problem is that most of the decisions in the military are now taken by artificial intelligence, looking at how can you be most effective in the eradication of people. And one of the aspects, of course, of artificial intelligence is that it doesn't have either conscience or kindness, but it has efficiency. So mortality is high. 71% of the people killed are either children or women. It has spread rapidly to the West Bank, to the area around Bethlehem and Hebron and so on. However, even if you have all these problems, you still have to grow, and you grow with a set of values. And let me just very quickly offer you this perspective on what I think is possibly the greatest problem of conflict here. The values that people have, if I may say your own values, are affected and influenced by your relationships. And in our world, these probably are most important. Your values come from your mother. And then, in order of importance, your peer group, your grandparents, your father, your teacher. That's where in the Western world most of your values come from. Your mother, your peer group, your grandparents, your father, your teacher. What happens in a society where those relationships are fractured or missing or they're traumatized? Radicalization and difficulty. For me, a predicted outcome of this conflict in society is going to be where are the values coming from for children? Because in the Western world, we know where they come from. But what will happen in a society where the mothers don't exist, they've been killed, the fathers are away, people have left, there are no teachers, there are no schools? You will have something that you could call disvalues, the opposite of values, where a society will be inflicted with hatred, with fear, with conflict and violence. That's what's going to happen in a society of conflict of the kind that we've currently got in the Middle East. There'll be a disregard for each other because of a certain sense of self-survival. And I think that probably is where the greatest problems are going to arise. And I don't think it's one-sided. I think the Israelis who are doing this to Palestinians will themselves have a set of disvalues. Where will they value human beings? It's not a one-sided issue. So what I see happening there is this emergence of a society that is the opposite of what we would want as Catholic educators. So what does Catholic education do about it? For me, Catholic education is actually quite simple. There are guiding lights. Love everyone with a professional love so that each develops to the best of their ability. Give people hope for their continuing development and improvement in the world through their service to others. And through this, create a world of justice, where everyone is treated with fairness and flourishes in a more just society. Catholic education is about love, hope, justice. Everything else is a sideshow. I know that I'm going to be pushed off here in a moment, but let me, yes, no, just to finish off. Teaching is the ministry of hope in the service of the young. I think it's the ministry of hope. Can we dare to hope? Well, we can dare to hope, but we cannot be optimistic. Education is more important than the bullets. Education should be based on a spirituality that integrates the pain of the present with the hope of the gospel. The pain of the present and the hope of the gospel. Don't despair. Despair is a luxury. The Catholic teachers should dream of a society where people will act through love, kindness, and compassion, with a care for beauty and wonder, with a sense of hope, by serving the world by their gifts. And what can I do in Bethlehem? Pray. Pray. There's nothing much else you can do. I'm a teacher, and to quote this Irish poet, I, being poor, have only my dreams. I have spread my dreams under your feet. Tread softly, because you tread on my dreams. Thank you.
Emotional and confronting, shocking, but really, 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 you know, we tend to go through. Um, the most cruel term you mentioned is absence bonus protocol. That that's a real cruelty in life. We have to move quickly to the panelists. So we opted for short comments and some ideas from experts. Marilyn Taylor is not with us. She's the leading law person on religion and education, law, religion and the state. The she from Catholic University and from Oxford. The she for families, she definitely could not make it. Yeah, so we have two panelists from far very high reputation. First, Antonio
Pedro Barbazomem, the previous rector of several, vice rector of several universities in Lisbon, dean of the Faculty of Law, with a huge experience worldwide. So please, Pedro, could you come in the middle? I will ask you to come to my seat. So we will be very visible and you will look over there.
So Pedro.
Do we do this?
You can to react after this.
Oh, really?
You'll get blamed as well. Yeah.
Please.
So thank you for this opportunity. I was very moved by the two talks. So thank you for the presentations. I will have to think about them more deeply. But as a lawyer and professor of law, some aspects that touched me more about these presentations. Fortunately, I came from a continent and a country that has escaped conflicts and wars, Portugal. But at the same time, I came from a country that knows the consequence of wars and conflicts. Since the independence of the former Portuguese colonies, that makes 50 years ago, Angola, Mozambique, and others, we've experienced civil wars in much of the countries. Well, Angola and Mozambique suffered terrible civil wars. Well, no one has real statistics, but people say that around 8,000 to 1 million people were dead in Mozambique and Angola. East Timor was also a case of this extreme violence. I was also in Guinea-Bissau in peacekeeping missions, and I found myself in this situation that also were so well describing how to build hope when all people hate each other and do not make compromises to peace. So this is the big challenge because we have some answers in our laws. Now, Professor Jan de Groof has just expressed. So the Hague Conventions, we have provisions regarding the protection of schools and other cultural activities. But when we look at the results of the case law, we notice that in international criminal law, there is only one case of a conviction, in fact, for one person in Mali, for the destruction of schools. Some years ago, for a program I had about international law and the laws, I spoken to prosecutors in the International Criminal Court. And they said to me this reality that probably you have been in these areas and know very well. It's very difficult to get witnesses because especially women would not accept to witness in a court about these violence, the violations, rapes and so on that they have suffered because they fear the consequences of their acts. So retaliation from criminal. So in many cases, we found that we have legal standards, but it's very difficult to put these standards into practice. So take people to justice, to not only in international courts, but also in domestic jurisdiction after, of course, the end of the conflicts. And again, as Monsieur has reflected, how can we build this new society? How is reconciliation possible with legal standards? Because according to legal standards, we should take these people to justice. But this would make reconciliation impossible. So many times we found ourselves in this ethic dilemma, how to deal with this, how to deal with these situations, and many times we face many different strategies around the globe. Peace and reconciliation commissions, as we had in South Africa. In other cases, we had just a completely different approach, take people to justice. And in other cases, we had in many countries laws that granted immunity to presidents, former presidents, ministers, and so on. And some of these laws that granted immunity for these people, in fact, it's enshrined also in the international law, are now being questioned also in international jurisdictions. So for a lawyer, this is quite puzzling and intriguing. How can we, at the same time, try to reconciliate, but at the same time bring justice? Because justice, not only justice in society, will mean to bring guilty people to justice. And because sometimes they are responsible for crimes that are against humanity, against cultural, for the destruction of cultural things, for the killing of teacher, and so on. So what is the right balance? And this is not an easy answer, because it demands responsive answers to different situations in the globe. So this is just a general remark. So we have legal standards. We find difficult to implement these legal standards, but when we try to implement these legal standards, we find these ethical dilemmas. Well, and of course, hope and reconciliation, of course, are our main aims, but how can we reconciliate when people do not want to listen to us? Of course, medieval theologists and as you know, said all wars are civil wars because they are engaged and fought by citizens, cives. But when families split and fight each other, it is even more difficult to rebuild trust. And mutual trust is the fundamental team, the fundamental clay and cement that can unite and bring us pilgrims of hope together. So, how to build mutual trust? This is also the main theme of both communications, how to build mutual trust. The idea coming from the European humanist philosopher like Erasmus of Rotterdam, developed by Kant, was peace through education. The idea that educated people do not engage into wars enlightened programs created in Europe since World War II, like the Erasmus Mobility Program for university students. The idea of mutual trust also is crucial for many daily aspects of European law. Trust between universities that recognize with other further examination, exams, and study programs made abroad. Mutual trust between courts that enforce judicial decisions of foreign jurisdiction. Mutual trust of prosecutors that accept evidence gathered by other countries' prosecutors. But in Europe, it took decades to build this system of mutual trust in education and in justice. Of course, there are guidelines by the international organizations such as UNESCO for education in conflict areas. But they do not answer many of the questions that both speakers have addressed. So they are formal and excellent standards, related to keeping facilities, to the recognition of the status of teachers, to the possibility of having non-formal education in situations such as online education, education via radio and other systems. And in many countries, in many places on earth, in fact, this is occurring. It is possible to build all this system in non-conflict and conflictive societies. We found ourselves, even in the Portuguese-speaking countries, like the north in Mozambique, the north of Mozambique is now affected by Islamic radical groups, destroying everything that is related to civic societies, schools, and basically Catholic institutions. So churches are being destroyed in north of Mozambique. And so we have, again, these legal standards established and formal standards by UNESCO, but how to react to these very violent societies, to these very radical groups that do not accept to speak to each other. We can use the word empathy. Well, like speaking yesterday to Monsignor Dole about Paul Ricoeur and the idea that being ourselves as other, toi-même comme un autre. But how, when these radical groups do not accept dialogue, do not accept dialogue with each other, do not accept dialogue with the formal institution of the state. So I don't know if I have more time. Yeah, 2 minutes. Okay. So this is commenting, but just questioning again, because if we want to get into practical things, how from this standpoint, from these standards, of the Catholic Church, including documents from the Congregation of Education, how can we implement these standards in order to make love, peace, and hope a reality in conflict areas? And let me just finish with my strong compliments to all teachers and to all people that work in schools in all these societies. Just a few years ago, we were in Lisbon commemorating the youth program with Pope Francis. I remember being part of their organization and receiving a Palestinian group. And they speak to me, they had lots of problems in getting visas in order to get to Lisbon to this gathering of youth, of Catholic youth. But they were so cheerful, so merry to come to Lisbon. They were so touching to listen to them. And then reading the news that the schools in Gaza, the Catholic schools were destroyed. And in fact, just a small community rests and receiving education. So we have the standards, we have the needs, and we have us as teachers and as fathers also the need to go ahead. But how can we implement this? Thank you.
So, Pasquale Boniterni is the specialist in special education. And he's going to some mix of Italian and English and French.
Good afternoon. I non speak English, mi dispiace, d'accordo. Chiederei a Giovanni se mi traduce perché ho capito che dobbiamo parlare a voce oppure leggo quello che avevo mandato. In English, so. History as taught as nothing. La storia non ci insegna nulla. Quello che abbiamo ascoltato su Gaza è pazzesco, ma lo vediamo in Ucraina e in tutte le altre realtà dove c'è la guerra. Martin Luther King hate multiply hate and violence multiply violence. UNESCO Constitution 1945 since wars originate in the human spirit. It is in the human spirit that the defense of peace must be built. A solid and lasting peace cannot be the fruit of economic and political argument alone. Intellectual and moral solidarity is necessary. UNESCO 80 anni fa e ancora discutiamo di queste cose. Pazzesco, veramente. They overcome the natural selfish and individualistic instinct. We must promote educational process that foster the development of personal identity within culturally solidarity context. Capable of valorizing each person without exception. We must assume the person in its fullness, but in both in the subjective dimension, per se unum in Latin, and in the intersubjective dimension, in the Greek sense prosauros, as a neg por. Il prossimo, il prochain, noi ce ne dimentichiamo. The human person is becoming in relation, altrimenti non è una persona. Each of us exists thanks to the other. Other piccolo e other di Christ. No one can exist or save themselves alone. We are all brother and sister and part of creation, as Pope Francis urged in Fratelli Tutti and Laudato Si. This is why we must promote relational intelligence. Truth intentional educational relationship. This constitutes the specific field of pedagogy, supported in the last century by the new educational science. It is therefore important to widely promote pedagogical and educational culture. Considering that meaningful relationship by encouraging self-discovery in encounter with the other, give meaning to life. Educate, in fact, is ex ducere and cum ducere. That is helping to reveal the best of oneself towards the beautiful, the true, the fair, and the common good in the context of life and the encounter with the cultural object, knowledge, to develop responsibly acted awareness. Responsibly acted awareness in Italian language is not skills, ma is competence. E anche questo dovremmo approfondirlo. We know that education is a long and complex process requiring the promotion and the creation of interconnection and links between individual and context. Moreover, complexity derived from the Latin language cum plectere. Cum plectere. No? Concept to Edgar Morin, ma se anteriore, precedente. meaning to intertwine to network. This approach, however, encounter resistance in the individualistic and nationalistic culture that increasing characterize our era. So what this promoting peace, truth, education entail? It involve ensure education for all and above all inclusive education through United National Declaration del 2006 and to education to complexity. Expand educational opportunity for understanding one another through encounter with the diversity of other in school, sport, theater, youth club, natural environment, and museum, etc., etc. Experimenting with ways of fruitful coexistence and mutual rapport. Pursue the search for truth and promote the free exchange of ideas and knowledge with a more responsible role for the mass media and the social media. Artificial intelligence is problematic. Support family in their educational responsibility through suggestion, including those relating to small everyday experience. Promote alliance between institution, service, association, Catholic association, the private social sector and the productive world. Develop relation between peoples to foster mutual cultural knowledge and improve mutual understanding. Information system and methods, conference, Erasmus Mundus, AI, etc. To add Erasmus, ricordiamo Erasmus perché la fondatrice è una nostra cara amica e collega, Sofia Corradi, scomparsa poco tempo fa. To advocate for the development of innovative structural policies in a process of integration and continuous improvement. What is the challenge and educational mission for the teacher, even a Catholic one? The teacher must be a pedagogical mediator and an educational mediator. Ok? Finisco, education mediator e quindi deve promoter of positive human relationship and positive appropriate cultural relationship and organization. Curriculum, eccetera, eccetera, è il focus della vera competence of teacher, also teacher, a Catholic teacher. Okay. Thank you. Sorry for my English. Mi avete fatto fare un sacrificio immenso. Grazie. Comunque avete tutto in inglese, in tutte le lingue, gli atti.
They call it English British Charm. So still powerful. So this is a miracle. We have more than 20 minutes, 25 minutes for discussion, debates, statements from the audience and whatever. And then the copyright will come. quarter to 25. I would prefer us to know we need several female experts for the panel. They were excused for very relevant reasons. But we would ask now or provoke now some female leadership to come to the floor and to sit down on that seat and just to come to the forefront, raise voices, raise questions, raise critical comments, or just to get an inspirational intervention. Yes, please. You can come, not all of you, but would be nice to have your comments first. I know that Teresa Focan is always ready for the first topic.
Good evening, everyone, and very interesting discussions we've listened to. So as I was listening into a professor from, I can resonate with everything that my bishop has said. For obvious reasons. But as I was listening into a professor speaking on the conflict in the Middle East, I must say I was even more confused. And the reason is because education, I'm not so sure. I need an explanation on why education should be seen as a means of peaceful resistance. Because personally, I feel when there is conflict, we try to find ways to resolve that conflict. And as educators, we shouldn't be looking at just the symptoms, but we should look at the underlying cause of the conflict and why this conflict has continued for so long. And so in the Middle East, it's very easy to look at just the destructions going on, the killing, which is bad in themselves and gruesome, I must say. But I think as educationists, we need to begin to explore the root cause of the conflict as a way of finding solution, rather than, playing the blame game or, living by, this eye for an eye justice where the whole world will just go blind. So I'd like some explanation on what are the root causes of those conflicts and how we as educationists should help find a solution. I know President Trump has done his bit, but what more could we as educationists do to find a lasting solution to the problem and to have a broader view of what is going on? Because it's very easy, it's very, very easy to have a skewed impression, For instance, talking about Nigeria, my own country, there's a lot of talk about Muslims killing Christians. But it's not as simple as that, because the Muslims themselves will tell you they are being killed as well. And we know that Muslims killing Christians is just the symptoms. It's not, if we look at it as just a conflict between Muslims trying to disseminate or wipe off Christians, then we miss out the root cause of the problem, which could be a problem of governance, political, economic, things to do with agriculturists, pasturists, you name it. So I think I'm more inclined to think like Newman, who says education should be a cultivation of the mind that helps us grasp the reasons behind things in order to find solutions to them. And I'm not quoting him verbatim, but that's my understanding of the role of education, the purpose of a university, to cultivate the mind, to get to the root cause of the problem. Thank you. Can I take my leave now? Can Can I take my leave now? Or maybe another person can come in.
Okay, can we ask, you want to take the floor? Yes? No? Then Daniel, and then, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. It was very impressive. Thank you as well. I'm sitting here very humbly because the topics that you have thrown to us as public are very heavy. And I feel very privileged living in a Western Europe country where we have educational problems, but I feel these problems are just luxury problems if I compare them to what we've just seen on the screen. So it makes my question very humbly, but still I try somehow to translate conflict to my country, where conflict is not even as much as what we've just seen. But in Western worlds, not just Europe, but also America, we see polarization. And when you talk about post-conflict education or conflict education, then I think, what can we learn not to get there out of the situation that you have just described us? Because I would so much like us to prevent, to come into conflicts that we wished from a medieval perspective we've passed by, but I'm not so sure that we passed by, because history may just repeat itself again. So maybe you can shine your light on that as well and enlighten us a little bit not to go to the wrong direction, basically, and how we can educate our children to prevent these horrible things from happening. Thank you.
First of all, thank you for having me here. It's my first time here in Ella's conference, so I'm a little bit nervous, but I thought that I have something to comment regarding something that surprised me a lot and is very connected with my research. So I really want to learn more about the hierarchy of influence, having mothers as first influencers and having fathers not being the seconds. So I can do first with that, but I would not. I would not. Because I really no. No, it would be a joke. No, because I'm so honored and I'm so, I take a look as, even as a researcher, to the role of the father and the mother. So I'm really very curious. However, what I want to highlight right now about the importance of the role of a mother, and today I will be more specific because of the presentation. And of course, I'm very concern with these radical aspects that we are living regarding education and the conflict and lack of values. However, in this precise lack of influence of mothers in the education of their own children, I'm seeing that all over the world. And so my mind jumped to the increase of bullying even in countries with peace, the increase of lack of tolerance even in countries with peace. So I'm really very interested in go more deep to how can we reestablish a new style of education involving more the values that comes for the mother and the father and the grandmother and the grandfathers. So that's my point. How can we implement in the global way how to be more educated with values for peace and tolerance, not forgetting the role of the mom in the education, even in countries with peace, because mothers don't have time to be with their kids. So that's the point. Thank you.
No, just a comment. Okay. Mine is just a comment as well. I hope you're writing all these down.
Yeah.
No, just my only comment, very brief comment, is about, first of all, thank you very much, both contributions. It's about artificial intelligence and about a comment you made, Bart, about the impact of or how artificial intelligence has been used in these areas of conflict and its association with values or no values. And you mentioned kindness and compassion. These are not part of the equation at the moment when artificial intelligence has been used. So as educators, it's something that is occupying all of our minds at the moment. I know there's a particular attention is going to be given to this in one of our sessions tomorrow. But in our westernized countries where there are not areas of conflict, how are we using artificial intelligence to educate our teachers to become moral agents? People who are able to use it effectively when we can, but also to know when our young people should not be engaging in this, and we need to have the human person there to support them in their decision making and making informed choices. So it's more a comment, but just to highlight the importance of artificial intelligence from the outset of our days together. Thanks.
Thank you.
That's a privilege for me actually to be here. It's my first time and I'm extremely excited. And also to comment on this very distinguished speakers that we had here. With Bart, actually, I know him for a very long time. And actually, we were in a conference today in the morning. That conference ended and we came here. So it's going up and up and up, higher and higher for us. So Bart, you, both of you actually kind of directed us to this poverty of hope. It's a terrible thing, you know, for education. And as an educator in a Catholic university, diocesan university, always, you know, we have this, how can I say, this great responsibility to teach hope. And our Holy Father today was talking about hope. How can we be mediators of hope? Our colleague here, this beautiful Italian, said mediators, teachers are mediators, mediatori, right? Okay. So one thought, I was thinking about Mother Teresa of Calcutta, and I'm sure everybody here knows who Mother Teresa of Calcutta is. And Mother Teresa spoke of poverty, but a different kind of poverty in the Western world. Of course, I'm a professor in America. We have different problems, but the same poverty of hope, I can say. Our students are very poor of hope. Now, one thing, one little exercise, very little exercise that I do with my faculty, you know, I direct the Department of Catholic Studies at Seton Hall University. I give my faculty a little task just to assess the pedagogy of resurrection, because not everything ends Good Friday, right? It is the resurrection that comes after. And seeing this pedagogy of hope playing in education has been a little helpful, I think, as an approach, as a methodology for my faculty. They have introduced this pedagogy of resurrection in their curricula. And I'll really invite colleagues here. You're highly specialized, you know, in education. I am by training an ecclesiastical historian and theologian. But this aspect is extremely important. And thank you for bringing this, So pedagogy of resurrection. I really would invite more, comments on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all the contributions that I've been listening attentively, and also for the questions that are they have caused me to think already on the topics that they have been raising. I wanted also to add a comment that I missed, so I decided to do it myself. When we see so much aggression and violence and lack of hope, especially in young people, even in places in peace, as some of my president people have commented. I would like to mention the suicide of young people. So when we look at these pieces of news, I always think of families. I mean, you don't get so aggressive or you don't apply violence unless at home you see that violence or you suffer that violence and then you apply that. So I would like to express my concern about families, and as my former as the expert in family that has come to this table to raise her concern about it, I want to draw the attention on this. I think that if we care about education, we need to look at parents and we need to think of family policies just to improve this ambience, this lack of kindness and this lack of hope. Maybe it's because at home, I was thinking just the last comment of the family of Sophie, Sophie, the members of the White Rose in Germany during the Holocaust. So they reflect, I mean, it is her father and her mother who make them think outside the box and realize that maybe the Nazi system was not the best one, even if they were on the haste of the moment, and it was the most successful thing to belong to the youth of the Nazi system. So it was their parents, their kindness, their let them go for that in the youth movement and then come back, and then the questions at home. So this freedom, this trust, this kindness, it was all at home. So that was the thing I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will move now to the panel. So both of you have 5 minutes to reply on all comments, questions, statements. Yeah. Yes, please. No, we have to 45. Yes, please. Mostly you have to perhaps in the middle, please. So, same to us.
Okay.
So, you know,
Well, I thank most sincerely all the who have made comments because those have really enriched the conversation around this issue of the religion and then the teacher and how do we bring all that into education. First and foremost, the teacher who comes into the classroom is not just bringing what he or she is teaching. You are bringing your own person into the classroom. And that also goes a long way in teaching the students. As we normally say when we were little, the teacher will say, do as I do. and then the little kids will just jump. And if the teacher jumps, the little kids will jump. And if he moves this way, the little kids will move this way. So the way you come in is not just about what you are teaching, also about your own person. What do you bring as your person into the classroom influences the students in a great deal. So it is also important. I'm just trying to respond broadly to the questions without focusing on a specific one, but just giving a broad response to all of them or to some of them. So there is some have pointed out about the values, the lack of values in our schools these days, and then how do we teach values to our students, both guiding them with the AI and all the other ways of instilling these good values, and then tagging on the family also. Somebody brought up a very serious issue that we see all over the world, that the parents are more and more engaged in making life that they lose what they are supposed to really do as parents, raise their children. So that responsibility is kind of pushed to the schools, is pushed to babysitters, is pushed to other people who are taking care of the kids. And what these people teach these kids becomes who these kids will be in the future. So it is important when we are trying to rethink how we are raising the children. Because the children come with this great potential. They are like, not to describe them as tabula rasa, as philosophers will use, but also they come in that way like a blank slate that we as parents and society will write on the children. And whatever we imprint on them, then that's what they carry in a very long way. Unless after a very serious engagement of their mind and being able to put themselves out of that very place where we have put them by our way of forming them. Because education goes into that formation. You are forming the mind. And as Buba would say, he said, education, what is named is education of character. Because once you might be the best scientist, but if you don't have character, if you don't have this way of relating to other people in the world, how do you be, as the Germans will say, amazing? How can you be with other people in the world? It's important. Why we are educating the kids, we are educating their character, we are helping them to be with others. And being with others means that you have to be you have to be both responsive and responsible also to other people. So it is important that as educators, we work to build in these values, and the values that we bring to the classroom matter a lot for what the students become after.
Well, thank you, Your Excellency, and also to those who have offered these insights and questions. And I suppose I'm sort of left also with a sort of, first of all, with a very general point that much of this is really a reflection on the nature of humanity. What is it to be human? And what does the Catholic teacher see as the nature of humanity. And I think that's a question that is always worth coming back to. And to say not only that, but to say in the world of education, where do you find education? You do not find education on the shelves of libraries or in books or in documents or even in examination results. You find it incarnated in the person. It's in here. If you ask yourself the question, who is the most educated person you know? It's not a person with the most degrees or have read the most books. It's someone of wisdom, of care, of compassion, of understanding, of hope. Those are the sorts of characteristics that it seems to me that define education. So it's that incarnation that seems to me to be quite important. And so it raises a question. The point was made very interestingly, an important question about the role of the law. And I would just say, are we looking in the right places? Because it may be that much of what we do in education is not to be found only in the legal framework, but rather in a spirituality. And that issue of spirituality, I think for me it's important, the nature of a spirituality that recognizes the pain of the present and the hope of the gospel. That's where I think we will best find solutions to a future of education in land of conflict. And an area of conflict, in a way, just highlights what goes on in education across the world in all sorts of other areas. You know, it is not unique to an area of conflict to think of education as being driven by some sense of hope and love and justice. That's true of all of our societies, it seems to me. So the question of whether one should look to the law to help us, and I think the law does give you an important framework and way of thinking, structured way of thinking, and that can be very helpful. But it may be that we really need a theology rather than a legal way of thinking about our education. And the point has been made about relationships. But, you know, don't just think education comes from relationships. It comes from the right relationships. Because there are some relationships that can be very negative. You know, if you live in a family that is themselves in conflict, then you can have wrong relationships that are formed. So we need to be thinking of the right relationships and the teacher as an agent of developing right relationships. On the question of artificial intelligence, I had the privilege 2 evenings ago of hearing someone speaking to John Henry Newman. That was very interesting. And it was done with artificial intelligence. And the computer had his accent and his ideas. And John Henry Newman was asked the question, do you think artificial intelligence is going to be a good thing? And we had a conversation about that. Absolutely fascinating. And he said that do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. Artificial intelligence is going to be part of the future. Use it to develop the human condition and to make sure that you were developing people of humanity. That was what John Henry Newman said. It was the most interesting comment. Now, I mean, what it was, this was an Australian television company that had done this with Notre Dame University in Australia. And they had all Newman's work digitized and so on. And so they were using his words when asking the question, is artificial intelligence going to be of use? I mean, it was absolutely fascinating to me to listen to this, and you think, what kind of world am I living in when you think you're listening to John Henry Newman? And of course, it's artificial intelligence, but very interestingly, using his own words to reflect on the questions that were being asked. So don't despair. Don't be concerned with artificial intelligence, Roshin. It'll be okay. Newman thinks it's a good thing. But the other thing about mothers, because I'm well aware that was a provocative act. But mothers are the main source of our human values. And I think what that does is it raises a question, what kind of education should we have for mothers? You know, should the Catholic school think more carefully of how it is educating mothers of the future?
Mhm.
And sometimes, you know, in a politically correct world, you say, oh, it's parents, you can't separate the mothers, the fathers, and so on. Well, you know, maybe there are some cases of saying, well, we should think about that. We should just think about it and not think it's all, you know, that we're all the same. You know, so it's just to say that I think that's important. And maybe the last point I'd make, there are people here from Glasgow. On this question of hope, the Chief Medical Officer for Scotland did research in Glasgow, and he found in the east end of Glasgow, which is a relatively poor area of Glasgow, life expectancy was 64 years of age. Poor area of Glasgow. In the west end of Glasgow, life expectancy was 84 years of age. 20 years different. So every set of traffic lights, as you go along Great Western Road, you lose a year of your life where you're born. Now, he said, he investigated, why was this the case? So in Glasgow, is it too much drinking, too much scotch, too much alcohol, too much smoking, not enough exercise? And he went through all these things. And he said, none of them were coming up with a solution. And then one day he understood what the issue was. The issue is having hope. In poor areas, people lack hope. In more wealthy areas, people have hope. Hope keeps you alive. It is actually what keeps you alive. And so in education, always educate for hope. I had a little controversy with a bishop in the Holy Land 3 weeks ago. We were in St. Paul's Church, and we were talking about St. Paul saying about you need faith, hope, and love. And he said, the greatest of these is love. Well, if I got anywhere near St. Paul, I would say, oh, do you really think so? Maybe it's hope. Maybe it's hope.
You're the first hope and respect. Yeah, so I thought it was a quite interesting session on AI and hope. And how will you make some critical comments here, read the statement of Cardinal Newman
on the statements that just rely on AI. So we thank you so much. Let us express our highest appreciation, applauding both of them. So now we have the fundamental rights to have a cup of coffee, a cup of tea. Yes, please. It's over there on the room on the left at the end by the end of the. Thank you.
It was perfect, both of you. Wonderful, great, thank you. So interesting.
It's very moving.
Well,
Yeah.
that's me.
Yeah,
Can
I
I?
loved your final comment. I had that same discussion with my son, who's a theologian at Catholic Youth, and I said I vehemently disagree with St. Paul.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have hope, those other virtues make no sense.
Yeah.
There's no
Yeah.
framework to understand faith or hope.
Yeah.
Because the opposite of hope is desolation, and desolation is
Exactly,
the old.
exactly.
It's
Yeah.
not trusting in God.
Well, that's it.
No, I agree with you 100%, and have that theological, philosophical discussion with my son.
It's good.
That's hopeful. Have that kind of discussions with your son. That's very hopeful. Yeah.
Oh, well, we just, he loves the.
Yeah. Hope, 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 hope. Yeah, exactly. If you,
When you're
it's good. If you have no hope,
that, it's foundation.
good, yeah.
I
No.
know.
Good. Oh. Thank you so much.
Renato, stiamo qua.
You're great, I got
First Smirnova. First Smirnova.
Unfortunately, you are not that
Well disciplined, to be honest. So, can we please sit down for the fifth time? Il Monsignore. Can you please sit down? Okay. So we had a wonderful, exciting first session, definitely. So the second session is also very particular. So we opted for witnesses from leading personalities. One of the leading personality is Justice Albie Sachs, who was the author of the
South African Constitution, chairperson of the Constitutional Court. He survived an attack against him in Mozambique in Northern Exile. Very good friends of us for already 30 years. But we could not make it to come and to even not online. We will meet him very soon. But that's another personality. Another personality is Aline, nominated for Nobel Prize. Dr. Aline is a very powerful, intellectually speaking, and expert, but also a personality in Palestine and in the whole region. He was the first medical doctor in a Jewish Israeli hospital. But 50 years ago, his family was bombed. The rest of the family was bombed a couple of years later, and now there's no family member anymore. And he moved to Canada for professorship in Canada, and he published a book, I Shall Not Hate. Your family is 50 and 70, family,
his wife. So it's very emotional. So he's just witnessing, yes, there is reason for hope, but there is no room for.
So hopefully he will make it to be online now. He was on he was definitely ready to speak from Canada. Although he's now in the University of the Falls or so. Then another personality
is the rector, vice rector of the leading university in Kiev.
Very powerful personality, also, of course, also
reflecting reality in Ukraine. I was there several times. I was there last year giving a conference. We had to
stop the conference several times and go now.
Where we continued the conference with students and with all people who are there. Yeah, I hope we can make the link now visible. Professor Smirnova, are you with us? Are you online, Professor Smirnova? I'm asking for Giuseppe Desideri to some help. She should be online now, and is she on the screen? Is there a camera? Yes, she should be there. Secretary General of looked at her on the phone just a couple of seconds ago.
John Henry Newman on the screen.
Mi senti?
Sì, ti sento, dimmi.
Va bene, ciao ciao.
No reaction because we have to move on. Shall we postpone presentation?
Gliel'ho chiesto. Ok, è andato.
Sì, però deve abilitare la vendita.
E lei lo deve abilitare. Ok.
Sorry,
Hello.
open audio and video. Microphone and video, please.
I cannot hear you.
Lei l'ha attivato.
L'ha
Renato,
attivato, l'ha attivato.
mettila sullo sfondo lei. Aspetta. Fissa l'immagine di lei.
Clicca sulla immagine,
Sulla mia.
sulla sua.
Ok.
È andata?
Arosta.
Sopra, in alto a tutto, ci stanno i quadratini.
Ok.
Is it okay? But hello, Professor. Professor, do you hear us?
Ma non sente lei.
Yes. Whatever. Yeah. Excellent.
Okay.
So thank you so much for being with us. I know it's not evident to make yourself available for this afternoon, but let us. I already introduced you vividly. So please, Professor, you have the floor. Do you hear me? Professor, do you hear me? Is Ian bombed for the time being?
Can you hear me? I cannot hear you well, unfortunately.
Renato.
Can you repeat, please?
Sente.
Is it okay with the connection?
Yes.
Andato.
Can you hear me well?
Can you put yes
Questo.
in the chat?
In the chat.
Let's say to start. She has 12 minutes left.
Qua.
When I should be connected?
Che gli devo scrivere?
No. Begin.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't heard that you gave the floor to me. Oh, great. So because I haven't heard. Great. First of all, let me share my deep honor to participate in that very high esteemed conference. And my congratulations that today you have already started this conference. I want to share the presentation. I can do it, so I'm doing that right now. And I will speak, just a minute, I will do it. Oh, I think that you can see it well properly. It's great.
Oh, good to see you. My congratulations with the starting of the conference. I beg my pardon that I couldn't join you online, couldn't join you physically because of the very complicated logistic from Kiev, and I also send my warm greetings to all the participants to this conference um, online from Kiev, from heart of Ukraine. And all the topics that you already started today, that was also partially dedicated to the education, but not in the normal conditions, but the education within the abnormal normality, within the conflicts, crisis, and war. Let me dedicate some of your time and address challenges from practitioner, our implementation in our case, in our university, in our country, in our city, how we are overcoming the crisis of war and how we addressed challenges during wartime. And let me stop with the experience of my university that I'm presenting. For all of us, the full-scale invasion that was possible, we thought that it was impossible. We were not prepared at all about all that issues, despite the fact that the war already started since 2014. But since February 2022, when we faced full-scale invasion, it was one of the normal days of the education, one of the normal days of lecturing. And in the morning, we informed that we terminated our education for some period, and it was abnormal situation with the management of university. It was immediate threat to the whole Ukrainian higher education system, and we should interrupt our operations, but without interruptions. We continued all the management and all the educational process, but not in person, but digitally. And when we faced crisis from the point of view of different these levels, from one point of view, physical damages, losses. At the same time, we face the high level of responsibility for the society, because and this value is very common to all of us, and this value is very common for all the participants, that the university itself bears the high level of social responsibility to the society, and the crisis required rapid adaptation to all university life, starting with the management and then with the whole educational and research aspect. What were the key response measures? We were already very well trained in practice, unfortunately in practice, concerning the so-called crisis management within the higher education system. All that photos that you see, it is only the examples of this real life, but in abnormal reality. First of all, of course, the management of university faced the key response measure on safety. Plans, implementations, agendas, evacuation, domestic, international, massive exodus that we faced in the very first days of full-scale invasion. And we were focused within these first days of massive exodus on creating a huge international network of our people to coordinate students where they are, to support students physically and psychologically as well. We also started since the first day, we started to manage all the safe zones at the university facilities. And of course, we relaunch all the educational process, but in the remote mode. so remote learning, and then afterwards we were shifted to in-campus learning and physical in-person education. We transferred to online education very quickly because we all very well learned from COVID times, and the online education, it was not so surprise for us, and that's why we continued with the lectures, exams, admissions. So that's why I cannot say that, and I can say with a very high honor that even within the war, real war, it is not the cyber, it's not the hybrid, it's a real war that unfortunately we haven't seen since the Second World War. But since that period, we didn't stop our work even in a day. So firstly, we started that online, but in 2023, we realized our ambition goal to start only in campus education. So all bomb shelters were prepared, all the safety zones were prepared. And by the way, you can see also here of one of the photos from the right. This is our one of the modern space underground where the lessons providers, and so on. So all the life real changed. If we're speaking about the whole country that is within the crisis of war, I could say that the situation is not similar because we could distinguish the situation depending on the region. First of all, we have up to 20 universities that were displaced from the eastern part to western part. So that's why for them, for those displaced universities, the only way to maintain their education is only online. If we're speaking about the existing universities near the front line in the east, like Kharkiv, Sumy, just very less than 20 kilometers from the front line, and they were not displaced. Of course, for them, the main way to be alive is only online education. If we're speaking about the Western universities and the Western part, we're speaking about in-person education, and they were not shifting into online, by the way, because the situation in that Western region was and is more or less safety, but of course unpredictable each day. We are in the center, and in the center, you know that the front line stopped just 2 kilometers from our campus. So that's why we shifted to online, but we kept in mind that for all the social values, for the academic values that we are sharing and we are following and we are disseminating to the society, we should be within the in-campus. And we realized it successfully. And even now we all have this in-person education. How we can analyze what is that resilience? Because, more than 3 years, a little bit less than 4 years passed through the full-scale invasion, and it's maybe it is a habit to be resilient. But what is that through the academic society, through the values? First of all, we should be resilient for student and staff. Of course, now, and we are continuing to focus our activity on mental health programs, on financial support for affected students, to financial support for those families who had losses, unfortunately, life losses. Within the scientific initiatives, what we are speaking about as a resilient, we are speaking that, and we're focusing our activity on that kind of research that are focused on the consequences of war in the world. Because nuclear contamination, unfortunately, doesn't have borders. The economic interventions and disruptions of international trade channels and networks, unfortunately, very global in their nature. If we're speaking about the post-war recovery, it's also about the international community. So that's why the research that we are focused, it's a very multidimensional, interdisciplinary, how the war impacted the society within the different spheres, starting with the chemistry, physics, economics, humanitarians. Also, we are also focusing on urban sustainability, water system restoration, because even all that kind of contaminations, water restoration, air pollution, unfortunately, doesn't have borders itself, and we are speaking about the cross-border dimension on that. Of course, how the war is influential on the rethinking about the international legal order and what are these existing instruments for the responsibility for that crimes that are committed and they are continuing to committed by the aggressor and the documentation. So it's also from the point of view of the practitioners in one side of the coin, but we are as an academia also focusing on that academic background through the history and through the new types of the transformations of international legal order. Of course, through the scientific initiatives and as well as educational dimension, we are now also focusing on a deep, enhanced strategic cooperation with different institutions, international institutions. We launched a lot of new initiatives for our country, for example, being the members of European universities, alliances, being in a very close contact with international institutions for providing expertise and deep academic analysis. What are these lessons learned and what are the main challenges that are with us? From once, for me, it was quite difficult to have this hierarchy or prioritization of these challenges, because from one side, we should also focus on the society, on the resilience for the societies, and we should face on the fighting against psychological trauma. Unfortunately, this challenge will be with the society for decades, even after the victory and after the finishing of the war, because this is a multi-level and multi-layer aspect on how to deal with veterans, how to deal with their families, how to deal with the aspect of their socialization coming to the society. We introduced successfully capellans courses in our military institute as well. One of the aspects on being engaged in the society. And the major challenge, of course, that we're continuing to face as a brain drain of young researchers and students, for talented students. And we are also focusing on programs and mechanism of avoiding this brain drain. Because human capacity and the upcoming researchers should be for the very beginning, for the long-term perspectives. What are major key takeaways that we have learned as a lessons learned? Flexibility, adaptivity, crisis management as the well-trained already. Offline learning gradually resumed, but of course, still digital tools remain with us. And we are now creating all Ukrainian digital platform and so on. I will not stop on more details with that. Of course, we are now focusing on the more deeper engaged with the creation of the special centers for working with veterans and mental health institute that we are launching. And of course, within the interdisciplinary dimension, international cooperation as the major pillar for the recovery of Ukraine, for our better future together. Why we're speaking about that? Because we really should realize that stronger we could be only together with all followers, for all one thinkers, within the synergy, transformation, overcoming challenges, and threats. Because these impacts and these effects through the war, it's a very unique one, and from one side, it couldn't be compared even through the history. Also, of course, we're speaking about the role of science diplomacy to the social well-being, for the creation of the multidimensional ecosystem for the researchers with the international cooperation. Historical heritage savings is also one of the priority through the point of view of creation and survival within the principle of well-being that comes from us through the thinking of war and unfortunately through damages like threats, brain drain, continuous attacks, blackouts, and all other challenges that we are facing even till now. And within these threats, within these challenges, or I can see that the society and the way of thinking of the researchers through the academia is an innovative driven research, innovative targeted educational process, and high valuable effect to the society. So maybe I will stop here because I also can show you some of the very painful photos for me specifically, but these photos demonstrated these physical damages that we have. But at the same time, this kind of resilience that we have, that we are overcoming all these physical damages. We unfortunately could not overcome physical losses on the lives, because this is the most valuable thing in the world. But at the same time, we should be adaptive, innovative, and continue our mission even under the fire. And here I wanted to just one of the quotation of Nelson Mandela through his vision, that we are in the war. It's just transformation of his reference. We are in the war. What weapon we have? The only weapon we have, it's knowledge that could change the world to better and make our world stronger. So this weapon we use for sharing knowledge, sharing principles, affecting society, and bringing these values for all the targets, for all the students, for all the society. Within this, I think that I will stop. I would be happy to answer questions if they arise. I would be happy to have and to participate within the discussion. And as I said, once again, let me congratulate with this very high esteemed conference and congratulate participants. And I'm a little bit curious because of that in-person discussion that you have in real life in Roma. Thank you very much.
Doctor, we are really impressed. Thank you so much. It's just remarkable. And we have to honor your resilience, your courage, your commitment We will meet each other probably in mid-December, so that's not that far from now. So please accept all our signs of gratitude and of respect for your commitments. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, so Dr. Geraldine apparently is not online. That gives us extra room, extra time. So let's move quickly now to the last, definitely the last session. Well, we have three intervenants. First, of course, Son Excellence Sergio Logo, who is an Archbishop of Burkina Faso and also the co-president South of the International Foundation, Religion and Society. Son Excellence, you have the floor, but could you please come here and sit at the middle?
Éminence, Excellence, Révérend, Révérende, éminents professeurs, Mesdames et Messieurs, bonsoir.
Do you have slides or do you have slides? Okay. Can you put that play? Okay.
3 pays de l'Afrique sahélienne luttent pour leur survie. Il s'agit du Burkina Faso, du Mali et du Niger, qui ont d'ailleurs formé ce qu'on appelle l'Alliance des États du Sahel, AES. Ces pays vivent les mêmes situations face aux caprices du climat, face à la guerre qui les frappe, face à leur destin. Pour ma participation à ce panel, il m'a été demandé de parler des écoles catholiques en zone de conflit et les meilleures pratiques face aux défis.
English version is in your file.
Malgré ce que les 3 pays vivent en commun, je ne parlerai que de ce qui touche directement l'école catholique du Burkina Faso. Ce n'est pas que je veuille faire des exclusions, mais je préfère ne pas trop embrasser pour ne pas mal étreindre. De manière rapide, c'est le plan. Et je parlerai de 3 points. Ce qui prévaut au Burkina Faso aujourd'hui, pourquoi l'attachement de l'Église à l'école catholique et les pratiques face aux défis de l'école catholique dans une zone de turbulence. La situation au Burkina Faso. Voilà bientôt une quinzaine d'années, depuis 2011, que le pays fait face à des menaces récurrentes d'ordre sécuritaire et politique. Les citoyens d'une certaine génération vivent dans un sentiment de dégradation des garanties du passé, dans un sentiment d'ébranlement de ce dont les habitants du pays des hommes intègres tiraient orgueil et fierté, c'est-à-dire la cohésion sociale, la paix et la sécurité. En plus des attaques à répétition de groupes armés agissant même sur le plan international, le pays connaît les affrontements intercommunautaires. Ces affrontements sont isolés, mais ils sont présents. On note ça et là des conflits entre communautés, des conflits fonciers, des conflits liés à l'exploitation des ressources, des querelles de leadership, des conflits de succession royale, etc. Impactant la vie sociale et même économique, ces situations ont des répercussions sur le secteur de l'éducation scolaire. L'avenir de tout pays, nous le savons, se joue sur le terrain de l'éducation. Aujourd'hui encore, au Burkina Faso, quand on commence une année scolaire, on ne sait pas si on va la terminer. Il est vrai que les mouvements de grève des élèves, les mouvements de boycott des cours et des examens n'existent plus. Mais dans les zones rurales, nous vivons sous le spectre des actes terroristes. Des écoles sont détruites, des enfants fréquentent sous des arbres ou sous des paillotes. En certains endroits, les classes sont surpeuplées parce que l'école existante est au carrefour de plusieurs villages. Le déplacement interne des populations contraint à la fermeture d'écoles. En dépit de ces réalités, l'éducation scolaire et surtout celle catholique tient debout au Burkina Faso. Deux, l'Église catholique et son école. Les missionnaires qui ont annoncé la première fois l'évangile de la liberté au Burkina Faso ne sont pas venus uniquement avec la Bible. Ils nous ont apporté ce qu'ils étaient eux-mêmes, des infirmiers, des enseignants, des ingénieurs des ponts et chaussées, des experts agronomes, etc. C'est ainsi qu'avec l'annonce de l'Évangile, se sont mises en place des actions sociales telles l'ouverture d'écoles. La première école catholique du pays a vu le jour en 1900. Ayant opté de manière préférentielle pour les pauvres, bon nombre des œuvres sociales de l'Église sont effectivement du social. Or, quand on fait du social, il n'y a que deux alternatives. Soit on a soi-même les reins solides, soit il faut compter sur la bonne volonté de tierces personnes. Nous sommes des croyants, des catholiques en surplus. La manne peut tomber pendant 40 ans, mais un jour, elle cessera de tomber. Quand vous engagez des enseignants, il faut les payer. Et non pas faire de vœux de pauvreté comme les religieux et les religieuses. Eux ne vivent pas non plus d'honoraires de messe comme les prêtres. Suite donc à certaines difficultés de gestion, l'Église s'est vue obligée de céder ses écoles à l'État. Cela a été effectif en octobre 1969. Voyant dans l'école une forme de sa présence dans le milieu scolaire, avec un ciseau d'orgueil, l'Église a organisé des assises nationales sur l'éducation catholique en 1996. Ces assises ont abouti à des résolutions et l'Église a entrepris des démarches pour demander à l'État de lui rétrocéder ses écoles. Depuis l'an 2000, selon la demande de l'Église catholique, l'État lui rétrocède des écoles. Les mêmes causes produisant les mêmes effets, la situation actuelle n'est guère meilleure. Les danseurs ont changé, la danse est restée la même. À cela s'ajoutent les effets du terrorisme que j'ai décrits un peu plus haut. Qu'à cela ne tienne, l'école fait partie de la mission d'enseignement de l'Église. Y renoncer serait renier une des trois fonctions reçues du Christ. Des stratégies sont donc pensées et mises en œuvre pour maintenir l'école catholique malgré les défis qui sont les siens. 3. Les bonnes pratiques de l'école catholique face à ces défis en zone de conflit. Première pratique, la protection des domaines scolaires. La menace terroriste est omniprésente. Malgré les précautions prises ou à prendre, on n'est jamais à l'abri de leurs actes violents et aveugles. Il faut cependant mieux prévenir que guérir, dit l'adage. Beaucoup de domaines de nos écoles sont ouverts au passage des riverains, des animaux en divagation et constituent des terres de prédation pour les gens mal intentionnés. Une des actions en cours est la protection des propriétés scolaires par la construction de murs. Deuxième pratique, la prière pour le retour de la paix. L'adage nous enseigne qu'il faut d'abord vivre avant de penser à philosopher. La paix étant le nouveau nom du développement, fidèle à sa culture, l'école catholique invite toujours les enfants à la prière pour qu'advienne la paix. Ainsi, chaque jour, à la première heure des classes le matin et à leur fermeture le soir, les enfants prient pour demander la paix. Ils prient aussi pour la santé de leurs parents qui se soucient de leur éducation. Ils prient pour les autres acteurs de l'éducation pour que ces derniers aient toujours à cœur le bien de l'apprenant et de la société. Troisième manière, l'éducation à la résilience. Les obstacles à un bon déroulement des programmes scolaires au sein de l'éducation catholique sont omniprésents. Nous espérons que cela prendra fin un jour. Notre espérance va du fait que Dieu n'est pas sourd à nos supplications et que rien de ce qui est fruit de l'imagination ou de l'action de l'homme n'est éternel. Aucune hégémonie n'est perpétuelle. Les conflits dont le terrorisme peuvent sembler insurmontables aujourd'hui. Le gardien d'Israël, cependant, ne sommeille pas. À l'école catholique, nous enseignons à nos enfants à vivre avec toute adversité et même à la dépasser. Malgré les réalités des vents contraires, les enfants ne doivent pas rester dans une position de victimisation. Personne ne vaincra le terrorisme à leur place. Ce sont eux qui le vaincront. Et pour y arriver, ils doivent accepter de travailler. Une est centrée sur la valeur du travail. Nul ne peut se développer sans le travail. Nul donc ne peut vaincre le mal sans le travail. Quatrième manière, la politique de la prudence. La méditation de certains passages de l'Écriture sainte nous dit que Dieu place ses prophètes comme des guetteurs, comme des sentinelles. Ces veilleurs doivent avertir le peuple d'Israël des dangers qui le menacent. À l'école catholique, nous enseignons les enfants à être vigilants sur tout ce qui peut être suspect et qui pourrait permettre à l'adversaire de surprendre les acteurs de l'éducation, soit en prenant position en leur sein, soit en posant des actes regrettables. Cinquième et dernière manière, l'esprit de solidarité. Qu'il soit question de développement ou de lutte contre le terrorisme, personne ne peut le réaliser seul. Rien ne se construit sans les autres. Rien ne se fait en se fermant aux autres. À l'école catholique, on enseigne aux enfants et aux jeunes à savoir assumer le passé de notre histoire et à lever le regard vers l'avenir. Pleurer sur son passé, se plaindre de son présent ne servent à rien. Ce qui est utile, c'est de se lancer dans la conquête de sa liberté et de son développement. En conclusion, tout être vivant et de manière particulière l'être humain a des besoins naturels qu'il doit continuellement satisfaire s'il veut toujours répondre à cette qualification de vivant. N'est pas seulement vivant celui qui existe, celui qui se meut, mais aussi et surtout celui qui apporte une plus-value à la vie. Telle est la mission que se donne l'école catholique. Se souciant de l'avenir du pays, elle réfléchit à l'enseignement qu'elle donne aux jeunes et réfléchit également à l'éducation que ces derniers reçoivent. Ils ne sont pas nés pour traverser la vie, mais pour vivre. L'école catholique se doit de leur inculquer des ambitions. ambition de développement, ambition de cohésion sociale, ambition de fraternité, ambition de dignité et de souveraineté. Que Dieu vous bénisse. Je vous remercie.
Quel témoignage fort, convaincant, and those many in the room takes the lesson of modesty for all of us. We will learn from you. Thank you so much.
You are welcome.
So let's go quickly. Father Dembele, please would you come to the forefront? Father Dembele is combining academia and also leadership in Mali. Father, we know you are there. Here, when I guess. What?
Good afternoon. My English is very poor. I want to speak in Italian. Sì, è la lingua universale. Anche inglese, eh? Sì. Allora, sono sicuro che tanti di voi non sanno dove si trova il Mali. Quanti lo sanno? Mali, Burkina Faso, dove si trova? In America? No, in Africa. Ok. Grazie. Allora, come ha detto il vescovo, noi siamo vicini, paesi vicini. E il Mali si trova in Africa, come l'abbiamo detto, Africa occidentale, il Sahel, sì, giusto. Allora, vorrei presentare brevemente il Mali. La sua capitale è Bamako. Bamako è semidesertico, copre una superficie di 1.240.000 chilometri quadrati. Ex colonia francese. Il paese ha ottenuto la sua indipendenza il 22 settembre 1960, cioè 65 anni fa. È un paese molto giovane. Attualmente conta una popolazione di circa 24 milioni di abitanti, di cui il 70% sono giovani. Il paese è composto da diverse etnie e ha diverse lingue ufficiali. Il francese è la lingua di lavoro e l'Islam è la religione principale. 85% sono musulmani. Il Mali, il Burkina Faso e il Niger, come l'ha detto il vescovo, attraversano una periodo di crisi molto importante e per questo abbiamo creato, come l'ha detto, una alleanza che si chiama AES. Viviamo gli stessi problemi. Dal 2012 il Mali sta attraversando una crisi multidimensionale, cioè politica e di sicurezza. La crisi è iniziata con una ribellione scoppiata nel nord del paese nel gennaio 2012. seguita da un colpo di Stato militare nel marzo dello stesso anno. Poi alcuni gruppi jihadisti legati ad Al-Qaeda si sono uniti alla ribellione, destabilizzando piano piano l'intero paese. E grazie al coinvolgimento della comunità internazionale, nel 2013 è stato possibile organizzare una elezione presidenziale. Tuttavia, il persistere della crisi di sicurezza, nonostante la presenza delle forze dell'ONU, ha provocato un nuovo colpo di Stato militare nell'agosto 2021. Da allora ad oggi il potere è quindi gestito dai militari. Oggi il Mali deve affrontare diverse sfide, tra cui la stabilità politica, il buon governo e la sicurezza. Per parlare della scuola cattolica nel mio paese, ho già detto che abbiamo 85% che sono musulmani, però abbiamo 138 scuole cattoliche nel mio paese. 138. E in queste scuole ci sono 40.000 alunni e studenti, seguiti da 1.600 insegnanti. 1.600 insegnanti, tra cui il 45% sono musulmani. Allora, tutti gli insegnanti da noi che lavorano nelle scuole cattoliche non sono cattolici. Il 45% sono musulmani, ma lavorano molto bene. Sì. Il contributo delle scuole cattoliche nella missione della Chiesa. Le scuole cattoliche sono la prima e più importante struttura sociale della Chiesa cattolica per numero e diffusione sul territorio nazionale. Contribuiscono all'annuncio del Vangelo e al dialogo interreligioso grazie alla presenza importante al loro interno di alunni musulmani. Allora, 45% degli insegnanti sono musulmani, ma 80% degli alunni e studenti sono anche musulmani. 80%. La Chiesa cattolica è molto conosciuta dai non cristiani, ovunque si trovano le scuole cattoliche. Molti genitori di altre confessioni religiose preferiscono iscrivere i loro figli nelle scuole cattoliche. Scusate, viene piano piano. Ok. Molti genitori di altre confessioni religiose preferiscono iscrivere i loro bambini nelle scuole cattoliche a causa della qualità dell'istruzione che vi viene impartita. In questo senso, esse costituiscono uno spazio privilegiato per il dialogo interreligioso. All'interno della Chiesa stessa, le scuole cattoliche offrono uno spazio importante per l'animazione vocazionale. Abbiamo tanti preti e tante religiose che hanno studiato nelle scuole cattoliche. È anche importante per il catechismo e l'animazione dei giovani. In alcune città, la maggior parte dei nuovi battezzati proviene dalle scuole cattoliche dove hanno conosciuto la Chiesa, seguito il catechismo o partecipato ad attività di animazione. Le buone pratiche delle scuole cattoliche in Mali. Le scuole cattoliche sono apprezzate, l'avevo già detto, dalla popolazione maliana per la qualità dell'educazione che offrono. Questa qualità si riflette nella vita dei giovani e nei risultati scolastici e accademici. Le scuole cattoliche si caratterizzano da un lato per la qualità del lavoro degli insegnanti. È vero che il 45% degli insegnanti sono musulmani, ma lavorano molto bene. E dall'altro per l'istituzione di alcune strutture, in particolare abbiamo due strutture nelle scuole cattoliche. Abbiamo una prima struttura che si chiama il governo dei bambini. Nelle scuole abbiamo un governo che è stato messo, che funziona nel senso della democrazia. Gli alunni scelgono alcuni di loro per aiutare l'amministrazione della scuola a gestire questa scuola. E questo governo funziona molto bene in alcune scuole perché tanti alunni partecipano alla vita della scuola e anche è un modo di dare loro una conoscenza della vita di una scuola, come organizzare una scuola, come funziona una scuola. Gli alunni partecipano a questa vita. La seconda struttura sono le associazioni dei genitori degli alunni. Ogni scuola ha una associazione dei genitori e una associazione delle madri degli alunni. E queste strutture aiutano molto bene le scuole cattoliche da noi, perché aiutano la direzione e anche gli insegnanti a gestire le scuole. Andiamo alle conseguenze della crisi che stiamo vivendo. L'abbiamo detto, è una crisi di sicurezza che conoscono questi paesi, il Burkina Faso, il Mali e il Niger. La prima conseguenza che ho scritto è la soppressione dell'aiuto statale. Da 1972 a giugno scorso, giugno 2025, il governo aiutava le scuole cattoliche pagando 80% dello stipendio degli insegnanti. Da qualche anno lo Stato ha difficoltà a onorare i propri impegni e negli ultimi anni, questi 2 anni, gli insegnanti da noi hanno vissuto momenti molto difficili sul piano economico. Alcune diocesi hanno dovuto chiudere qualche scuola e molti insegnanti hanno perso il loro lavoro perché il governo aiutava le scuole cattoliche, pagava 80% dello stipendio, ma da 5 mesi ha detto non può più perché ha detto che non ha soldi, preferisce pagare le armi piuttosto che dare i soldi alla scuola. È questo contrasto che noi stiamo vivendo. Allora, chi ha detto 6 mesi fa che non più aiutare le scuole cattoliche e noi dobbiamo cercare i soldi per pagare i nostri insegnanti. Allora, abbiamo chiuso alcune scuole e alcuni insegnanti hanno perso il loro lavoro così. E sul piano della sicurezza, la minaccia dei gruppi terroristici è una realtà. 3 settimane fa, diciamo un mese fa, un seminario minore e anche un collegio cattolico hanno dovuto chiudere le porte perché i terroristi sono arrivati in queste scuole e anche in questo seminario e hanno detto di chiudere la scuola e di chiudere il seminario. Allora abbiamo fatto questo un mese fa. Allora tante scuole hanno paura perché non sappiamo domani se dovremmo chiudere ancora alcune scuole. Prospettiva. Il nostro obiettivo principale in questo momento è soprattutto la formazione degli insegnanti. Questa formazione mira a dare loro competenze pedagogiche e una conoscenza più profonda dell'educazione cattolica, perché abbiamo sempre bisogno di formare gli insegnanti, soprattutto i musulmani, per far conoscere molto bene la scuola cattolica, il senso della scuola cattolica, lo spirito in cui lavoriamo. Allora abbiamo bisogno di fare tante formazioni sempre. È un programma molto importante per noi perché, come ho detto, 40-45% degli insegnanti delle scuole cattoliche in Mali non sono cattolici. E adesso anche un'altra prospettiva che abbiamo è di sostenere a distanza alcuni alunni che sono di famiglie bisognose, perché nelle campagne tanti bambini non arrivano a andare avanti nella scuola perché i genitori non hanno eh, mezzi per aiutarli a scrivere i nomi nelle scuole. Conclusione, come ha detto il vescovo del Burkina Faso, quando si inizia un anno scolastico non si sa mai se finirà perché abbiamo tanti problemi e da noi è una realtà. Abbiamo iniziato l'anno scolastico 2025-26 un mese fa, il 1° ottobre. Poi, 3 settimane dopo, il governo ha chiuso tutte le scuole a causa dell'insicurezza, per dire che noi vogliamo fare tanto e la Chiesa cattolica vuole mantenere le scuole cattoliche perché sono le scuole che danno una formazione, una educazione molto apprezzata dai genitori e i musulmani preferiscono sempre le nostre scuole, però abbiamo difficoltà oggi a causa dell'insicurezza. E io vorrei ringraziare i responsabili di questa organizzazione, anche i responsabili della nostra organizzazione, Istituto Patto Educativo Africano, che mi hanno dato l'opportunità di parlare della situazione del mio paese. Penso che da allora voi quando sentirete parlare del Mali saprete dove si trova. Grazie.
Thank you, Thomas. We have a learning experience. So how to cope with crisis in conflict from so thank you so much. We are again finishing in June. Diana, please come to the forefront.
Est-ce que tu peux remettre ta place parce qu'il y a un autre.
Dr. Dayar is co-president and president of several international organizations and very powerful indeed on education, but also on society and religion.
But he was also the abbot of the monastery, the abbey of Magetsu. And we are living quite
in that region.
And we can just confirm again the huge impact and the cultural, artistic, but also the theological and the research linked influence your community of Benedictines has in Belgium and definitely worldwide. I visited also your abbeys in Rwanda, proche de Butare, Oye, and again there the same spirituality of the Benedictines is very, very vivid, very, very, very brilliant in that part of the world. Please, you have the floor.
Buonasera,
Non sapevo che potevo parlare italiano, dunque ho preparato tutto in inglese. Però il mio inglese è molto semplice, dunque non vi stancherete troppo. We have talked about conflicts, but sometimes the conflict is inside the school. The conflict is inside the education. So, the title of my text is To Prevent Abuses in Pastoral and School Relations. This is a topic that we have all already thought about and that deserves our attention again and again. Abuse, whether authoritative, sexual, psychological, or otherwise, is a form of oppression that has nothing to do with the gospel of which we are servants. I'm not going to give you a scientific reflection on abuse in pastoral and school relationship, but I'm taking advantage of the report of the CIAS. CIAS is Independent Commission on Sexual Abuse in the Church. And this report was asking by the Church of France. And it was very courageous about the Church of France to ask this report. And this report has recently shaken the Church of France and provoked a questioning of its way of operating in relation to abuse between 1950 and 2020. 70 years, a very long period. Belgian Church has not do the same thing. German, but the French, yes. The purpose of my interventions is not to invite the churches of Africa to take the same approach, because the historical and sociological context are not similar, but to take advantage of the experience of others, to set up structures that avoid this kind of drift and ensure that the many Catholic schools and institutions in the country are real sanctuaries for children or vulnerable people. The CIAS report includes analysis of the facts over this long period and also 45 recommendations for the Church, some of which are more interesting for our purpose. First, to shed light state of play of the phenomenon of sexual violence against minors between 1950 and 2020. There was a height phase between 1950 and 1970, in decline in 70 and 90, an upsurge but not an increase in 90. Geographically, in relative terms, it is in areas of low practice that cases are the strongest. Less supervision of priests, less accompaniment, less tolerance of misconduct, etc. Sociologically, the victims are mostly pre-adolescent boys from all social backgrounds, all. We have 6 configurations. Parish abuse committed by the parish priest or the vicar, seen as notables. School abuse committed by the priest or religious teacher or head of boarding school. Abuse of the family by a cleric who is a member or close to the family. Institutional abuse, patronage framework or youth movement. Therapeutic abuse, priests acting as psychotherapist or pretended. And the last, prophetic abuse, in the context of the so-called new communities. In the case of adult victims, seminarians or religious who have been attacked, it is the logic of authority that intervenes. Abusers look at their actions by minimizing them for the most part. denying them, and most rarely acknowledging them. We have an estimation about people who were abused, but it is an estimation, and the calculus is very difficult. But perhaps more than 300,000 people during 70 years. But we have not 300,000 declaration of abuse. It's a way to find it. But it is the same thing in Belgium, in Germany, in Ireland, etc. The same. United States also. The inventory reveals phenomena of sexual violence in the Church of France on a massive scale between 1950 and the present day. They are decreasing, fortunately, but still present. They are based on plural identified mechanisms and are systemic in nature. The trauma of the victims is accentuated by the quality of the perpetrators. Reveal the dark side of the attitude of church, which has evolved positively, but which has long favored the protection of the institution and without regard for the victims. From 1990 onwards, accounts began to be kept for the victims, but without any recognition. This emerged from 2000 onwards, following denunciation to the courts, canonical sanctions, and the renunciation of an internal treatment of the problem. When we talk about a systemic problem, we are not saying that this violence was organized or admitted by the institution. But, and it is very important, but that the ecclesial institution did not know how to prevent this violence, nor simply to see it, and even less to deal with it with determination and fairness. One of the causes pointed out is canon law, which does not take care of the victims and is unsuitable in its criminal aspect for the repression of sexual violence, which it does not even need. Another cause is clericalism, which overvalues the person of the priest, his celibacy, his charisms, which can lead to a deviation from obedience. Even the Catechism has a rather taboo vision of sexuality. This is called an offense. Finally, the confession of an assault against a child is also problematic and can easily exonerate it. From the year 2000, the Church set up listening units. The latter, too close to the Church, do not work very well and do not inspire confidence among the victims. Last year, a bishop in Africa told me, yes, I have a small commission with the responsible of the seminary, my general vicar, that's it. Nobody come to speak to this commission. It is recommended to call on lay people only, not disconnected from the church, but autonomous and professional on these issues. Proposition by this commission, propositions. The next part concerns the church reparation from the victims, for the victims. There is a financial aspect that shows that the church recognizes that there has been a fault and deserves reparation. The statute of limitation must not be extended, but the Church must set up a procedure for recognitions even when they are time-barred and compensate. The Church is recommended to review its governance, to be more pluralistic, and to regulate the abuse of power. Finally, training is a lever for prevention. One of the points of this third part that will pose a problem is the secrecy of confession. The Commission, no, not the Bishop, the Commission, considers that the secrecy of confession should not be called into question as such, but only in the field of sexual violence against minors. That's the question. The field of training is certainly to be favored. Specific sessions on pedophilia, sexual violence against minors and vulnerable people, to be organized with victims' associations. Psychological evaluations of candidates for priestly or religious life, more human science, insist on the issues of children's development and affectivity, encourage critical thinking on questions of obedience and authority. Adaptation of the living spaces and activities of the clerics, making it possible to avoid isolation with a minor or confusion between a room and a visiting room. To give young people a place as subjects and holders of knowledge, and not just recipients of doctrine. To allow each priest and religious in regular contact with children and young people to know the obligations to report to the courts, to call on a referent to discuss ambiguous or risky situations, to think coldly about the vigilance to be maintained on sensitive issues such as physical contact, schedules and place of exchange with young people, how to make an appointment. Communicate once a year on preventive measures, not only to priests, but also at the level of parishes and places of encounter with them. This protocol risks drying up the bonds within the Church. It's true. Excessive transparency can harm privacy and create a climate of suspicion. It is true. We must continually seek a fragile balance. In conclusion, I would like to take up what I said in the introduction. The purpose of my intervention is not to invite the churches of Africa to take the same step as the Church of France or other churches, because the historical and sociological contexts are not similar. But please, to take advantage of the experience of our horrible experience, to set up structures that avoid this kind of drift, and please ensure that many Catholic schools and institutions in Africa are real sanctuaries for children or vulnerable people. Thank you.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. You had the courage, to put the courage to analyze this concept from inside. We will learn definitely on all regions worldwide from tijdens Harry beschreef. We needed your intervention and intervention and so on. We have just good news here. We have just good news. There is good news and there is good news. First good news. I will formulate my recommendations, my conclusions.
Not now, on the spot. It will be planned for finishing the
final plenary session tomorrow afternoon.
Second, you will get all copies, the copy of all slides and texts into your email address. So, yeah, we hope to publish all contributions in the year 2026, of course, in a scholarly book publication, because it's a real treasure. It's too important, and those contributions were so valuable. So there will be a publication coming out of this conference. Second, finally, not in cauda venenum, but final suggestion. Besides the buffet tomorrow for lunch, very nice buffet, offered again by the Italian Association of Catholic Teachers, like all coffee breaks. There will be a final drink tomorrow evening, tomorrow at 6, here at the Institute, and perhaps also at Amici, wonderful terrace with a spectacular view on the basket. So, just final news is excellent. All news is excellent, but definitely thank all of you for your commitment and your attention. You paid attention all afternoon, full afternoon. It was a not too hectic program, but fascinating program. It was a good choice to focus on religion and education in conflict situations and conflict societies. Up to tomorrow, it's again a fascinating program with many other facets of education and religion for the future, because you're Catholics.
Thank you very much.
Photo with all of us, please. Keep here. Everybody. Yeah, can you come to the forefront for the photo, please? Don't disappear. Come to the forefront for the photo picture.
Not missing his photo. Remember, never go on the end of I've learned you never go on the end because they can cut you off on the end. Especially like when you do it from the wide area, you're going to see them. So I always put them on the end. Don't know if they'll be around for long. You know, the boys know the time. No. What am I doing?
tomorrow morning mass, or tomorrow where? Oh, okay. Cheese. John Henry Newman. Jan, sorry, excuse me. Sorry, tomorrow, Jan, tomorrow. So, Jan, tomorrow people are asking, Jan, tomorrow people are asking where is Mass? But where is downstairs? Downstairs. Okay, Mass is downstairs in the morning at 8 a.m. Is this correct? 8 a.m.